Hello! How you all doing tonight? As always, I'm Zaruk Windcaller, your guardian, your high remembrancer, and your arbiter, along with being the reminiscing bard of Twilight, and welcome to the new Saturday stream, Slay the Princess. And I'm joined, as always, by my lovely wife, Ameena.
Hello.
Your mic kind of...
Pardon about the pause.
Yeah, it's cool. So, so this was next up on the docket, as I explained. Oh, yeah, Ameena did both PNGs, by the way. So, hey, Azzy. Yeah, Ameena did both of these. As you guys already know, Ameena is extremely talented. So, this was... Yeah, Azzy says both PNGs look really good.
I appreciate it. I put a lot of work into these PNGs.
Mm-hmm. So, here's the deal. I've never played this. I know next to nothing about this. However, Ameena wanted this to be the next Saturday game we did, so we are taking a break from Digimon, and we'll be back with Survive after Slay the Princess is complete. And with that in mind, I will have Ameena...
Or unless he's just not feeling it, which is fair.
Yeah, but we'll see. Now, with that being the case, Ameena is going to explain what we mean by complete. So, because she set the rules for this one. So, why don't you tell everyone what that means?
Well, I mean, assuming that you like it and that we continue, complete is to either collect all the PGs or get to an ending you really like.
Yeah.
Because I think what we should do is to play through one route blind and then see what you get, and then afterwards, if you want, we can pull up a guide of how to get other endings and just play through them, because some endings can be gotten to multiple different ways.
Right. So, with that said, we are not going to waste any more time. Now, for those who don't know, this is a visual novel, so there's going to be moments where we're not doing a lot of talking. We're going to do a lot of listening instead, so please keep that in mind. Would you kindly slay the princess? Hey, not playing BioShock anymore. The brainwashing doesn't work. So, you have...
Guys, no spoilers. Let him experience the
Oh, well, I already knew that spoiler about how you have to or the world ends. I already knew that one. Because that one's actually been made fun of in, like, a bunch of TV trope stuff. I already knew that one. And yes...
There is some content that's a little squicky, but it's nothing too objectionable.
Yes. Otherwise, they wouldn't let people play it on Twitch. But with that said, I am going to give a warning right now. We'll also probably have a warning on the VOD, too. Here's the deal. This game, it is a horror game. So there might be some things that are, like Ameena said, there might be some things that are frightening to look at, uncomfortable, and we are going to be probably addressing some very uncomfortable topics. So with that being the case, if you are uncomfortable, feel free to leave at any time. We will not hold it against you. I will also do my best to keep it as, you know, to keep everything as contained and controlled as I can, but there's only so much I can do, you know?
You wanna know what's funny?
What?
I actually mentally associate this game with Christmas.
Why?
Okay, so I'd known about the game in development for years, and I just never been keeping track of it because it would come out eventually, and it seemed to have promised. Well, at some point, I saw a video essay, because everyone loves video essays, during Christmas time last year, and I was like, you know what? I haven't been keeping an eye on it and just been waiting, so let's see what this essay has to say. And so during the time around Christmas, it was just straight into princess mode.
Alright, we're gonna wait for about 40 seconds because an ad kicked in, so... But yeah, for those of you who can still hear, yeah, we're gonna do everything we can with this game. It is gonna cover some uncomfortable topics or some uncomfortable imagery. Again, feel free to bail if it's too much. We will not hold that against you, so do not worry about that. Otherwise,
if in the end Zaruk isn't really vibing with it, then we might just move on to Survive.
Yeah, and with that,
either way, let's have a good time.
Yeah, and with that being the case, if the ads bother you, well, that's what the sub's for. And please, for the love of God, I'm pretty sure everyone knows this. But in case you don't know this, if you are interested in subscribing, first of all, thank you. But two, don't use the mobile app. Go onto the use the website version, because otherwise, if you use the mobile app, you're paying like $3 to $4 more. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive. Don't do that. Just go onto the website. It's easier. Okay, enough talking. Let's get to it.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
It's a very interesting dichotomy to the normal story. Normally it's, oh, kidnap the princess for your own needs. But in this case, it's, oh, yeah, world's doomed. So...
What I want to know is why she's a princess.
I want to know how the world got to the point that we have to murder a princess to save it. Let's see. Actually, that's exactly what I'm thinking about. The end of the world. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of individuals in the world who would be okay with there being no more people, but...
We don't listen to those people.
Yeah. Let's see. Wow, there's a lot of things to say.
Yeah, just pick the one that feels right for you.
See, okay, well, yeah, how is a princess locked away in a basement at the end of the world? Ending the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Don't you get sassy with me?
Don't think about it, Zaruk.
Yeah.
Don't ponder the implications of what he's asking for. Just do it. Blindly follow orders.
Okay, is there any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Okay, but killing anyone seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
I was going more off the fact that murder is wrong, but... but okay.
The narrator is pro-anti-monarchy.
Okay, have we considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Can't anyone else do it?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Technically you're the narrator, unless if you're reading the story from a book, that's different, but if you're just repeating or, retelling the story, you do make the rules.
I mean, a narrator's kind of like a DM. Who says he can't make it so we don't have to slay the princess?
Yeah, no, I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Wait, that's it? No why? Just you have to.
You're very suspicious.
Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, Maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
I mean, you tell me, you're the one telling the story.
He also hasn't actually given a reason yet. Besides, the world's gonna end. Hasn't laid out anything specific.
I already know what the answer to this one's gonna be. Probably the fact that the world doesn't end. But, like, do I get a reward for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Can you tell me what my prize is gonna be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
POV, the DM trying to rein the player back in on the path.
Do I get to turn into a dragon? No. Can I
No.
kiss a dragon? No. Can I be the son of a dragon? No.
Oh, this looks familiar. Let's see. The option to turn around and leave looks tempting.
I mean, you can if you want.
Yeah,
Let's
you can
do it right now.
Yeah, alright.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Probably not. Yeah, nope. Nope. See,
We don't have to know. Let's just go.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also
I think the voice has a
leads to
point.
the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on
A
wasting
GM would totally
everyone's
do
time,
that.
aren't
Just,
you?
oh look, it takes you
It's
right back to where I
remarkably
want to.
selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Just, well, you said ignore the little voice, so...
Your silence is
Let's go.
deafening.
Let's ignore the voice.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again. In fact, I'm gonna keep trekking through the wilderness till I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice.
Yeah.
Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses
Railroad
of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait. What's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
I'm picking up on your sass.
You lose track of just how long
he
you
is
spend
British.
aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of
I know,
deja
right?
vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know.
Maybe for
I think
him.
it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
Oh, I hate you. That was quick.
If by ruining my day,
The
you mean
contrarian.
ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Again, you are one of those pathetic little voices, so... These walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Yeah, about that. Again, why do I have to do this?
Eh? I mean, you have the long dagger rapier in your hand right there.
Fair. Yeah, there's no point. We know it, so fine.
A warning before you go any further.
Oh, now you give me a warning.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind. The cabin interior is
That sounds like something
wrong.
a kidnapper murderer
A
would
confusing
say.
patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Interesting.
The only furniture of note is a
Look, there's a
plain
mirror.
table,
Yeah.
its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should.
Is there a back button?
I mostly want to see the mirror.
I know, but I skipped that. Is there a button that goes back? Dang it.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that. Not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Too little too late. I'm already insane.
Nothing.
Basically.
Because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
Yeah, yes, stressful geometry.
How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
I mean, okay, first of all, I don't know if y'all can tell. What they've done here is that they basically just made a different layer of objects, so as you move your mouse around, it looks like everything's moving. That's actually pretty cool.
That absolutely is cool.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, We're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Me too.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago, and now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Okay, just because I take the blade doesn't mean I'm going to do anything with it, so...
Are you sure?
Take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. We'll look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
I mean, well, technically, it depends on what you're gonna do with it. Like, so, holding it like that with your thumb at the bottom, like, that's only if I'm gonna thrust down with it. Like, in every movie with the bad guy trying to assassinate somebody.
Do you intend to thrust down with it?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to use it at all. That's the thing. Like, I don't know enough about what's going on. People saying do it the cool way.
I think the cool way is
fine.
Cool.
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better? Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Wait, hold on. Yeet!
Yes! Do it! Seriously.
Yeet!
You throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without it.
Wait, why did both windows break? I didn't throw it that hard. Why did they both?
Just power of breaking windows.
We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon.
I have freaking claws. I already have a weapon.
What's done is done. Good luck, hero. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here,
Ferris, all architecture on the Earth is a non-Euclidean. We're on a circle. Well, on a sphere.
Voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
What?
No.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Yeah, nope, no thanks. Nope. No. I'm with him. Nope, just, let's just walk out, shut the door, and nope,
Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. no way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Contrarians are very brave people. Their main goal is going against the grain, and not everyone has the willpower to do that.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else. And so you take one careful, focused step after another. 1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
Are these the actual... This is cool. These are the actual... I'm betting these are the actual sketches as the game was in development. That's actually pretty cool. Hey! Hey, Bratwurst, how you doing, buddy? Welcome, Raiders. Hold on, let me turn the music down a little bit. Where's the... Welcome, Raiders. Oh, that's not music. Hang on. There. I'm Zaruk Windcaller. This is Ameena, and we are currently playing Slay the Princess. I'm gonna give a warning, and you were playing Pokemon Auto Chess. Sounds cool. Quick warning. This is a horror game, so, and there are some very questionable things in here and some very creepy imagery. So, if you're not a fan of that kind of stuff, turn away now. So, hope you're all doing well other than that, so.
Hello.
Yep. Alright. Let's keep going.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
Ugh! Jesus Christ!
Yes, you can help us.
I just had a freaking drug trip probably right in front of her.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
That sounds cool, Bratwurst. But yeah, go get ready for work. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for trusting me with your community. You have a good one, bud.
Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And, why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems... normal.
Yeah, sorry, getting down here was weird. Like I was being pulled apart and put back together again? Do you know what happened?
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
Fair.
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures, and where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Oh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Interesting note, but they are different. Not only is she more disheveled in this one, but the hand placement is different. She's poised and regal here, but in this one, she's more disheveled and more crushed.
Scared?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be scared too if I was locked in a basement.
Yeah. What's your name?
Princess. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
Well, for all I know, you were locked down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here?
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it. Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster. And the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
That's disturbing.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
There's more of you now.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago. I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. It must be fear creeping into your heart.
You know you can't stop me.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? You could always start by retrieving the blade. The one he made us throw out the window. I wasn't the one who threw it. Oh, come on, you told us to. Don't try to pass the blame now that it's come back to bite us. Well, if I'd known we'd be dealing with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so hasty with my suggestions. Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
Well, we're not getting a million answers. We're getting one answer. We're getting the same answer, just delivered in a number of ways.
It's very interesting. Who even is her?
She doesn't even know.
Can't even follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
Okay, well, if I let you out of here, what are you gonna do?
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful.
So we have stoicism, like robotic.
I just want to live my life.
Okay.
I'm not going to dance for you. Besides,
You already know what I'm going to do.
if you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer.
Well, no, we did get a real answer. But again, it depends on which version we're talking to. Like I said, we've got one who's purely logical. We have a more, like, realistic one who actually wants to get out of here. Like, positive at least. A very pretentious, kind of like, I don't know, judging one. An absolutely desperate one. And then, of course, the psychopath. So,
At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction, it's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been one option.
Yeah,
that option is slaying her.
Yeah, that sounds like what my mind is doing right now. Just spin.
Just do something. Do anything.
Is there even a correct choice for everything in life? What is the absolute correct choice?
Hell, and it's only getting worse.
The correct choice in life is to help people.
That was a test question. You are correct.
Okay. That's weird. Why is it making... Okay, hold on. I can't pick... That's weird. You cannot... Wait, these are all... Oh. I get it. It's because there's multiple of them. I have to pick multiple answers.
Wait, that's not right.
Yeah, but say, you're making me pick all of them.
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back
She's cute.
apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
Question. Is it one voice actress playing the princess?
Yes.
Holy shit, she's talented.
Oh yeah. You'll see even more in the game.
Yeah, the fact that she's able to do one voice, but as in this point, 5 different ways, is actually pretty impressive.
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
No!
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
See, I'll do my best. Hey! Well. But you don't know if she had the chance to hear your reply. She's gone. Replaced with something else.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? There's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? I'm begging you, don't do this.
Mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels... I don't know. Final. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. How are you, gentlemen?
Surprise, motherfucker!
Little late, but that's still funny. You are alone in a place that is empty. It's quiet here. You're at the cabin. Not really.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I'm a person.
A person, a set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Wait. So she was supposed to be... Let her out of here.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
The gift of a fragile vessel, though.
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. These ones are a contradiction. A winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Are you the princess now?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
That literally doesn't answer my question.
Yes, it does. She's
But-
the princess, and she's her, so she's the princess.
But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Okay, are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me in here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Do you know about the world beyond this place? Well, no, because she just said she came to be.
I know only that they are.
So what happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Wait, well, how many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
And what if I don't want to do this?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished. Dry. Hollow.
Okay, well, are you not scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
That's actually really... That goes hard, actually. That is that is a really hard line.
It's metal.
Yeah, I've not lived, and I am not afraid to die.
You can't die if you were never alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes hard, but it is super depressing. Yeah. See, okay, well, I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world, quote-unquote. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
So, from what I gather, like, I'm guessing I shouldn't have gotten this first, right?
I think you can get whatever princess you want first, playing however you want to.
I know.
The game may say that you shouldn't have, but I'm fully of the belief that it's fine.
Okay, but from what I can gather, this, like, entity, you know, it keeps saying that it's an entity of perspectives. So basically there are, I'm guessing, multiple endings that give perspective to this thing, and once it has all of them, we can, both it and I can escape from whatever we're trapped in, basically.
You'll definitely meet more princesses the more we play and you make more choices. At least 10, I think.
Well, hold on.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever. Is that even an option?
You are as I am now.
I mean, if you want to
And
see if
forever
you
is a
can
long
click
time
it,
to
click it.
remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
What?
Well, she said she'd be waiting.
The game just crashed. Okay. Yeah, no, the game just crashed. It just closed itself. Huh.
Let's open it again.
Yeah, it was intentional, but that, interesting.
Let's open the box.
Hang on. I hit play. I'm trying to get it to open again. Okay, well, Steam says it's running. There it is.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Okay, that's disturbing as hell. That's actually a really cool... That is really cool, though. I wonder what would happen if you, like, waited for days and then went back into the game.
You might have a comment about it, but I don't think we can wait days on stream.
Yeah, okay, well, let's start over then.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. Oh.
No spoilers. No spoilers. You stop it.
Okay, well, I think as he was talking about how if you go a week or something without opening the game, I think that's what she means. That's not
if it's that, then I think it's fine.
Yeah, go ahead, Azzy. What happens? Yeah, not a spoiler. It's the time thing. Yeah, go ahead. What happens?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Yeah, Azzy, I skipped my clock forward like 50 years, and she mentions waiting centuries and still being... Wow.
That's cool.
That is cool. Also, I just got 2 achievements. We got... Hang on. We got the real Slay the Princess starts here, and it says you'll know it when you see it. And we also got a rich and vibrant heart, bring the stranger to her. And the achievement, I never left your side. Attempt to outweight your destiny.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Note, you can skip previously seen dialogue by hitting tab. Let's see. I guess we just go forward, so...
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, hold on one sec. One second, someone's texting me. Hold on.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Fuck it.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Yeah, I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting
DM
for
says as the
something
bard
like this
gets
to happen
distracted.
forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Isn't this what she just basically looks like on the title screen, basically?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains, they're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Yeah, let's not
She
resort
offers
to
the
that.
suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
Yeah, let's not. No.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
You try the door, but it's locked from the
Shit.
outside. Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task
Oh,
is
you
done.
dick!
It's not like
You
we
make
have
your
a
way to
thing
the
for
bottom of the
slaying her
stairs.
down
This
here.
would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom?
Yeah, I mean, I could have gone back and gotten it, but you slammed the door in my face.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates
Okay.
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you.
That's what
The
desperation
clang of
gets you.
Bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Or we could use it to free her.
You won't like what happens if you do that. Fine. Against your better judgment, you
If she's ever
place the
gonna
blade
chew off
against the
her own arm, we
ragged,
might as well just cut it
self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Okay, what? Okay, question. Why was that the first option exactly? Why did we just cut? Again, I know she was biting her own arm off. I'm guessing we're about to get devoured too. But why was that the option? Why didn't you just use the knife to get the chain off and then we could wrap her arm? Like...
I'm not sure if a dagger could just make the chain go away unless you lockpicked
Her
it
limb
with or
falls to
something.
the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Hey, let's get that wrapped up.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes
I wouldn't
are
be
too
bothered
high.
either.
You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
This is not... You're telling the story. It's not your story to write.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
No.
Stop that.
Oh, I can
Scroll.
Yeah, I can actually protect her.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade.
Go fuck yourself.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
Okay, wait, why is killing me your first option? Just toss the blade away. Don't kill me.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony.
Well, you were being controlled, and you can't
aren't
control
dead
yourself
yet.
if you're being controlled.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
Okay, hate to be that guy, but Julius Caesar would say otherwise. Like, for those who don't know, Julius Caesar was stabbed like... God, hold on. How many times was it? Hold on.
Was it like 72 times or something?
Let's see. No, he was stabbed 23 times.
I overshot that.
Let's see. So a group of as many as 60 conspirators decided to attack Caesar on the meeting of the Senate on March 15th, the Ides of March. Collectively, the group stabbed him a reported 23 times, but only the last one was fatal. That would be the one Brutus gave him. So, essentially, it's the embodiment of a class project. 60 people were part of the project, only 23 did anything, and one guy did all the work. Yeah. 23 stab wounds! Yeah, just like from Detroit Become Human. 28 stab wounds!
I'm so sorry.
Just stab me in the head and be done with it!
With one
She feels
last
bad about
thrust
it.
of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ever get the feeling of deja vu?
I get Bouja Dave.
Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Oh god, there's another one.
The Smitten.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your
Hey, look, it's
intentions
you.
if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't
Would you sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek?
There's a lot of things I would sacrifice, but I don't want to live in a world where, like Keanu Reeves says, I don't want to live in a world where kindness and love are viewed as weaknesses.
Mwah.
Okay, let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
I love how he's like, that's two questions.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself? Or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Now we're getting philosophical.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
And now we're getting religious.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme.
I mean, she's not exactly perfect. We literally saw her gnaw her own arm off with no sign of pain or anything. And also, she brutally murdered me because she didn't know how to use a knife effectively.
I mean, she felt bad about it.
She still stabbed me like 30 times. That's literally the equivalent of you not knowing how to use your battle axe and taking that to me.
Well, it's a good thing I know how to use my battle axe. That way, if I ever have to axe you, I'll make it quick.
Charming. Thank you.
Don't worry, I'll make it humane. You won't feel a thing.
Uh-huh.
Convoluted. I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
I'm with them. I'm gonna find a way to save her from that cabin.
That's right, you can't stop all of us.
Let's go see the princess.
We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does. Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
They're not going to pull the trope of her being absolutely hideous, are they?
I think we've already been over this.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty
Besides,
sure
even if she was hideous, what does it matter?
Fair.
She's good-hearted.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
The smitten was a bard in another life.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but
I mean,
not
you're a bard in
everyone
this
needs
life.
to hear them.
Fair.
Some things are better kept quiet.
Yeah, That is the perfect response to any bard player that starts getting a little too intimate with things. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet.
Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
These are the kind of reactions, these are the kind of boasts that we internalize.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
I don't
You'll
think
need
we'll
it
need
if
it.
you want to do this right.
You didn't say... Wait a minute. I'm gonna guess the mirror is how you go back to the entity, is by checking the mirror. Like, no, I'm being serious. We want to avoid that. So I'm guessing checking the mirror sends you back to the entity?
Well, I mean, you can save it now and see if it does, and if it does, you can reload it.
Fair.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Take the blade or don't take the blade?
I don't think we need it.
I mean, if she's stuck down there, I'd rather she not gnaw her arm off again.
I think this time she'll be fine.
Very different.
Is it?
I think she.
I can't say I was
think
paying
us
much
taking the
attention to
blade would scare
scenery
her.
last time around.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Yeah, feathers. Like, y'all do know, like, we saw it. We're some kind of weird crow monster.
You can see Zaruk right now, looking very handsome.
Like, this is just Ameena drawing a Zaruk version of what the character would look like. It's a crow monster.
So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
Alright, I don't like how quick you're just saying, oh, you don't need that knife.
I'm just saying, it's scary whenever you're in prison and someone walks down with an instrument of murder.
Okay, fair. Alright, fine.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs
she's
and
cute.
lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Yeah, except she's got her arm back.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Wait, stop. An entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first. You're actively trying to get us killed? Or doom the world? The fuck's wrong with you?
Well, I mean, he wants us to kill the princess. I feel like he's made that evident enough.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Whoa.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
It is weird.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Well, how? I don't have a weapon. Hey, so...
I mean, if her wrist is so tiny, let's just get her out of the chains.
Yeah, hey, so I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body, and it was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Except we've died before, and we hear you again, so there are multiple versions of you.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Also, you haven't opened your eyes since I got here. I'd like to know what your eyes look like. Like, you're not crazy, are you? Hey, so you killed me last time, and it did hurt a lot. Why'd you make it so painful?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
No! Actually, no! I would have preferred if you just tossed the knife off to the side. Killing me was a little extreme.
Did we?
No, we didn't.
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
Okay, fair, except it wasn't merciful, it was torturous. Because she didn't know how to use a weapon.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
Okay, but before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
No!
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
This is starting to get very uncomfortable, like yandere-like.
Are you listening
Let's just
to
rescue
her?
the princess,
That's
then.
a confession.
No? I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. I'm not so sure. No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain...
Shush, Smitten.
You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
That's the same face and expression she had, and, like, positioning of limbs that we saw in one of the alternative endings from the, when we were, like, viewing the entity.
Oh, that's a good catch.
Yeah, it was this same, like, granted she wasn't dressed up like a damsel, it was just the normal default princess, but yeah, it's the same thing. So this is that was basically a what-if situation from a shattered view.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I mean...
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Maidenless narrator.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Why isn't it possible? It's just not. Why not?
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
Well, what do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
That is a very sad life.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection, and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Let's see, I just want to leave. We can figure out the rest later.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
No, the other option is just shutting up and not talking.
You and the princess walk up the stairs, hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
Dick!
That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her. Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
I think we can open it if we try together.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door. Together. Blech. And... the lock clicks, and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable.
Yeah, this is basically what happens when a DM has to watch players get natural 20s and just undo...
It's the power of love.
Yeah, shh, we'll get a copyright strike.
You and the princess make your way upstairs, and... The blade, that's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
You're not doing that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
I hate you too, Mr. Narrator.
You know, if her walking out that door is really going to end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said. That's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
I mean, we could make this cabin
That's
a
the way
home,
out.
but I don't know if that's
We're
an
going to
option.
leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Romantic haze, your love will set you free.
A happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Oh, that's depressing. But you don't get the chance to make that jacket. Nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before. You always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is gonna be nice.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
What about this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
I really don't like the way that's done like that. Like, how much has changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Well, you have been, for now, you've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Look, I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things are going to be. The narrator is getting very aggressive.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
So essentially, doing all these different paths, being violent, not being violent, all these things give her different perspectives and make her more of whatever she is. You
know, you can call this form Zaruk Wing Collar.
True. What do you want me to bring next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
So you don't have any preference on how you'd like to change?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Then I would prefer the memories be good ones.
We can't all have just happy
I know.
memories.
I know. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? Wait, is that true? Does the game actually prevent you from doing repeats?
I'm not actually sure, but if it does, that would actually be very helpful.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Golem says yes, it will lock the paths that are not new. Huh. Fine, I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Again, everything goes dark and you die. A gentle heart, bring the damsel to her.
You're on a path in the woods.
Sadly for me, you can't just slip my hands out. I have 5 chains.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. I'll be right back. Ameena, entertain everyone.
91 bottles of beer on the wall. 91 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 91 bottles of beer on the wall. 90 bottles of beer on the wall. You booped me. What else are you gonna do? Well, yeah, it's a great game. I'm doing my best not to spoil anything if I can. I feel like I was being too obvious with the damsel. I'm absolutely gonna glomp Zaruk. He's gonna visit me this month. It's like, it's awesome. It's great. I'm gonna tackle him to the ground to give him lots of smoochies. I'll stop being cheesy for now, though. I know not everyone can handle, you know, guys with maidens. Where was I? Oh, yes. 90 bottles of beer on the wall, 90 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 90 bottles of beer on the wall, 89 bottles of beer on the wall, 89 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 89 bottles of beer on the wall, 88 bar. That. I didn't even get through 2 when I got all mixed up. Sorry, guys. But that is right. He will need a crowbar. So what princess do you think he'll find next, though? That's funny, because I don't drink at all, Deadpool. I mostly stay sober. Sadly, my head cannot turn into a chainsaw, and I do not have a chainsaw dog. That would rock, though. Although what we do have is merch on v.lol. I got one of everything. At some point I want to get 2 of everything, but not right now. There's a cup. Well, actually, it's like a really nice mug with a logo that I happen to make on it. And there's this super nice mouse pad I'm using on my own desk right now. And there's super cute stickers that I made, by the way, but that's not important. And there's even a holographic George that I think everyone should have. Maybe in the future, if these streams get popular. That would be pretty cute, though. Maybe more art of him specifically. Although, you know what would be an awesome prank to pull on him? Fan art. I mean, if you want to get art of me with a chainsaw arm, I wouldn't say no. That'd be pretty rad. I do crave cheddar, though. Cheddar's pretty nice. I like most cheeses. Especially Zaruk. He's the cheesiest. I guess I must sound like the damsel now. When it comes to chain swords, they're all pretty rad, but the one chain sword I think is the bestest is from .hackgu. Haseyo's like gigantic ass chain sword is pretty rad. Warhammer chainsword is also cool, but it's not like this gigantic anime broadsword with chainsaw around the edges. First I have an axe, and then Andrea gave me a gun and a chainsword. You guys rock. Everyone pretend we were talking about puppies. But yeah, I think he will. I think the game's got him hooked. You've seen a video like that, Deadpool? Where? Can you put it in the Discord? In media sharing, please.
Okay, I'm back.
So anyway, that's why puppies are the best.
Is that what she's been talking about, chat? Also, Deadpool says you were based, so...
I appreciate it.
Okay, so... Alright, I've got an idea.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Alright, let's kind of do what we did before, but I got an idea.
Do your idea.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Okay. So.
The blade is...
Nope.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Yep, here to save you.
How many times do I have...
Let me see what I can do. I want to see what happens if we actually use it when he gives it to us.
More difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a...
See, I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. Is someone else here? Your shout.
Great.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She
yeah,
rips
oh boy.
the blade from upstairs, or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that. Fine. Against your better judgment, you cut into her flesh. No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are... As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
I really don't like that I have to do this, but... Actually, wait.
Stop.
What is it?
We can warn
Something's
her.
Come over you.
And then...
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there?
No, so please, just kill me.
A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart.
Oh, she's beastkin.
It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh, this should be interesting.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay, but I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again?
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you.
People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
Ah, the opportunist.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you?
Those are two very... Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options.
Fair.
I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we? You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done.
I mean, considering she was a beastkin, I think we'll be a bit more careful this time.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Yeah. Okay. We will take it this time.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy.
Uh-huh.
She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
Okay, this is gonna sound really weird, but I think it's the way he inflects and like the tone he has in his voice. The Opportunist reminds me of Laz so much. And that's yeah, that's not a dig against Laz. That's just the way Laz talks. Like, Laz is not an opportunistic guy. He's a very nice guy, very humble. But it's the way this guy's talking and the way he structures his sentences. I keep thinking, I'm like, oh god, that's Laz. That sounds like Laz. Yeah.
So what we're saying is Laz would play the Opportunist.
Yeah, Laz would play. If it wasn't just Ameena and I, we would have Laz playing the Opportunist. But this is our thing, so...
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
Yeah, that's definitely Laz! Again, no offense to him, but when he talks, it's always funny.
You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss.
I mean, some people want to lay the princess, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh,
you descend the basement
yeah, she's
steps,
beast folk.
Entering the dark room below.
She's a lioness.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I'm sorry about last time.
Oh, smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Let's see. Why do I have the... Let's see. Why do I have the nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them? But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event. She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember? Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back. I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing. See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
Don't worry. Blade isn't for you, or not for killing you. We've got to get you out of here somehow.
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
Fuck.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there is some broken trust here. Take this as a gesture of my goodwill.
You can't be serious.
Fuck you, narrator.
Always a man of integrity.
Yeah, fuck you, narrator man.
Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no. As do I. Abstain? You abstain? She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
This isn't a democracy.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
I mean, I die, probably, but then you're gonna have that on your conscience. 'Cause with me, I didn't have control of myself. You have full control over yourself. So whatever you do next, that's on your conscience. Well, yeah, that's up to you. That's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time, and I regret it. So now it's your turn to choose.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
And then she buries the blade in your heart.
Yep.
What? No. No, come on, that's not right. I told you. I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Past life gambit. Hand your power to a suspicious character.
You're on a path in the woods.
The thorn!
She actually stabbed us. Of course she stabbed us. We gave her the blade, which, I might add, I voted against. But the whole point was that she wasn't supposed to do that. The whole point of giving her the blade was to break the cycle of violence, and she just killed us anyway. I guess it really doesn't matter if she killed us though, right? We're back here, which means that everything's fine, or fine adjacent. Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change. Maybe that's all it'll take to show her that there's another way to do things. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try.
Okay, yeah, not gonna. I'm kind of with everyone else who was saying it. Yeah, so far the witch princess is my favorite, and that's only because I like the beastkin look, because it's She basically looks like Aisha, or a type like Aisha Clan from Outlaw Star. She's human enough, but you can tell that she's not full human. So, and I think it's interesting that it's called the Witch, because when I think witch, I don't think of a beastkin or a beast folk. I think more magically inclined or more hag-like. But no, they went with that one.
I guess they didn't want to go the hag route this time, although it would have been interesting if they had.
Yeah. No, what I'm wondering though is like, is the form she took there, is that one of the forms that can be given to the entity, or is that like a halfway form? Is that like a, because I'm guessing there's a 3-chapter system sometimes. So like, I don't know.
Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right?
Will you guys all shut up?
Like that changes anything. We all know the game is rigged. It doesn't even matter if she's nice this time. I'm sure he'll find a way to turn us against each other. Great, so you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
We're going to free her.
Please don't. I'm with him. If our previous encounters have taught us anything, it's that freeing her is a bad idea. Let's just see how the wind blows. I'm not opposed to saving her, but let's not rule anything out just yet. Let's see what she has to say. Stop sitting on the fence and pick a side already. We don't need you waffling when things
like it's
get
fair
hairy.
at this point. Each side has 1 point for murder.
Mm-hmm.
I've already picked a side. Our side. I'm here to make sure that whatever happens, we wind up on top. Because that's worked out great so far. Well, we're not out of the game yet, are we? And again, I'll have you know, I wouldn't have gotten us killed last time. I wanted to stab her in the back, not hand over our precious backstabbing implement. It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do. The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore. The burned-out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table, a pristine... Wait, this isn't right? There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. Of course we don't get to make a choice about the blade. Every single time we come back here, something has to be different.
I'm more surprised over the fact that the cabin's been smashed.
I think it's more like it's been reclaimed by nature.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. Might as well take a look while we can. There's nothing else to do here now that the knife has been taken from us. You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing? Figures. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
I do find it funny that he's like, what are you doing?
Why are you being crazy?
Hmm.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved.
I'd say this feels like a trap, but you practically said as much. Yet you still want us to keep going.
They're only thorns. I'd say getting a few scratches in exchange for the lives of everyone in existence is a fair trade. I'm sure you'll manage.
I mean, going down, yeah, coming back up, that's a different story.
Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I want to figure out a way out of here for good.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here, and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Oh my god.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you if you'll let me.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm as trapped as you are. We need to leave together.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Is there nothing I can say to change your mind?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own.
Careful with that one. He's not the smooth negotiator he thinks he is. But it does feel like we're stuck until we do something. If there's even anything to do besides make things worse.
We're not making things worse. I think she wants to trust us.
Then can I take the blade now?
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
I'll be damned. She really gave it to us.
The interesting thing is that because of the way these cuts all look, they look like, well, if she was a feline, these look like feline scratches. So it can symbolize both that, but also the fact that she had the knife the whole time, and I
think it's more that she was trapped in the thorns, and every time she moved, the thorns cut her.
Up on her face, though?
She has a thorn crown in her hair.
I was also didn't want to imply it. Well, I was trying to imply it, but she may have also been doing a bit of self-harm with that dagger, too. So
it's entirely possible.
Like
after your trust has been broken like that, it's hard to feel.
I wonder what we should do with it. We free her, obviously. It's the right thing to do. I think you're right. She's as much a victim in all of this as we've been. Besides, it would really stick it to him to free her. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance. That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him. We've all said our piece. Now it's time to make our move. It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count. And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
This is not a democracy, gentlemen. I have established this. This is a full-on authoritarian dictatorship. I'm the one driving my body.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Even if he'll stick a knife in our back as soon as he has the opportunity, it's still better to have him nominally on our side. At least that gets him to shut up for a while. See? We're all friends here, united in our actions and intentions.
Shut the hell up.
Yeah, united. But the other one has a point. If it keeps you quiet, sure. We're all friends. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
Oh God, she has to use them as use the thorns as a bra. Oh God.
Is that really all you've got? Threatening us with an accidental misstep? I expected more from you. Our blade didn't even waver when he said that. Yeah, you're right. He's a bit of a nobody, isn't he? Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning.
Shut up.
The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
Okay, I changed my mind. The narrator's not maidenless. He's an incel. The narrator is an incel. Like, the fact that he is disgusted by any time we do something good or helpful. Yeah, no, he's an incel. worse than maidenless. An incel.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Of course I did.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out. You're getting desperate, aren't you? Even more proof that you can't actually do anything to stop us. We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
I mean, does it matter? Like...
Let's just go, together.
I know, but I don't know. Yeah, we can cut them loose. But I'm gonna save just to be sure. There we go.
As you swing your blade into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear
don't
me?
respect insults
What did
such
the
as
world
yourself.
ever do to you to deserve this? It feels so good to hear you say that you're admitting you've lost and we've bested you at your own game at last. I don't care what happens now. That's all I've wanted. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day, you irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go?
I guess we only get the option to kiss her if we have the smitten.
Maybe. Oh, wait, you get to kiss her? Aw.
You could have.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hang on. Where's my... Yeah, we'll just step through.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess.
Oh, you need the smitten in your head. Oh.
This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this? It feels so good. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. Hands clasped, the two of you open the door.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's gonna be okay. Just trust me.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
Whatever's on the other side's gonna be nice.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. So, this is all going to work out. Finally! We're going places.
Oh, that's lovely.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
What about this vessel?
This one yearns for connection she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
Doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
I just want it to stop.
It will, in time, but you still have a ways to go before we are done. Know that I hold no malice for you.
You know what happens? What happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
You're not actually saying anything.
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions.
Alright, smartass.
The vessels you choose to bring me
She only
carry
has 3
far more meaning
perspectives.
than anything words could say in the spaces between.
You still not care what I bring next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Alright, let's go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
A cautious heart, bring the thorn to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
I'm actually curious if we can actually get the witch as an ending.
Ignore him.
Maybe? I'm not entirely sure.
Let's find out.
The interior...
Alright, we don't take it.
The daughter...
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here.
You walk down the stairs and lock up.
Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, I just noticed we can't. Because we can't go back the way we did. Because, you know, because ordinarily I was thinking, okay, let's just redo what we did. We can't. Because it gets rid of that remember? It gets rid of that route. Because the entity said that that's a waste of time. So...
That's one way to add replay value, because the route you took actually only is one way you could have done it. There's many other ways you could have handled that situation.
Yeah. Well, at least I get to talk to her for a bit. What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
I mean, there's literally a dude who was named Major Major, so why not? Hey, if I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
So, is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Well, what are you gonna do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter.
Whoa, whoa, don't get testy.
It's not like you'd believe me.
You want to bet?
She has a point.
I mean, but yeah, but you want to bet? Look, I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
I'm not.
You'd better hope for your own sake that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but I'd hurry if I were you. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen.
Oh boy.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
She probably chewed it off.
She's lost an arm. I'm locking her down there and... Well, no. Hold on. Yeah. Let's save. See what happens.
This is a dangerous play. Who's to say she'll actually succumb to her wounds? She doesn't have a weapon, and she's missing an arm. You can finish this right here, right now.
Yeah, except the last time we took her on without an arm, she still killed me. Tell you what, I'll even stay here for a while to make sure she's dead.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door.
She's on the ceiling, isn't she?
It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. And it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
I don't think this is going to lead to the witch outcome.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No,
I guess we gotta see where it goes.
Bang on the door all you want, it'll only make you bleed out faster.
Do you think losing an arm is actually enough to do me in? I can always find another. I'm not as frail as you think.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
Wait, hold on. The door doesn't open like that. It opens like... It swings this way, toward us. How did she... Oh. She didn't. Like... The door, that's... You don't just reverse the hinges on the door. She literally broke it off its hinges. Oh dear.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, we're not dealing with the witch. Oh dear.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The nightmare.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
She's gonna kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice.
Maybe we can kill her?
You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh! What if he hears us? That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met.
This is something that would justify exterminatus.
We've a world to save, after all.
No kidding.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I don't think lying and cheating is a thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least, she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Exterminatus extremis, crack the fucking planet.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
It's just an empty frame.
She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done.
Funny thing is, no matter how this outcome goes, if we play it right, we can literally just hand her over to the entity. Also, I see you over there, motherfucker! I see you. Oh, there's more of them over there. I see you guys. You're not being slick. Yeah,
she may not want to be slick. She may want to scare you with that.
In, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
That wasn't in my history book.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Steel can't lie to us.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
Hey, Inu, what's up, buddy? You're just in time. We're playing Slay the Princess.
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death. You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad. You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, at this point, I think the safe option would just be to off myself at this point.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
How hard is it to throw a knife?
It can't be that hard, but then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it
I mean,
count.
we can try.
Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place.
Actually, Jaeger's right. That voice does sound like Niall using a voice modifier. Huh.
It'll be enough.
I'm gonna talk to her.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
Don't like this.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
Voice of reason? Okay.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Dear God. That literally just sent a shiver down my spine.
Game is great.
I love how you're enjoying my suffering.
I'm also suffering, but I'm also enjoying it. Also, I'm not scared of ghosts. I'm a paladin, remember? Dealing with them is my job. I'm hardly scared by her.
Go left, go right, do nothing. I mean, real adventurers go left.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are.
Oh,
I told you
no!
I was going to find you.
No! Oh dear! That, don't like that.
As the princess approaches...
Okay, that's not too
your
bad. Never
legs
mind.
Suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow.
That's not as bad as I thought it could be.
This is it, isn't it?
And you brought a little knife with you. Cute.
Andreas says wood.
A way out of this. Think. Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Nerves, heart.
What are you doing?
I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death.
Well, Inu, your timing is really good, bud. Right as you said that, the screen cut out.
The opportunist had a... No, not the opportunist. The paranoid had a fantastic plan.
Yeah.
That definitely would have worked if he wasn't distracted.
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left.
Yes, I'm sure.
Heart, lungs. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath. Heart.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Nerves.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
Lungs.
She isn't attacking us.
Nerves.
Why?
The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
She's a fucking ghost!
Nerves. Heart.
Why aren't you killing me?
Liver. Nerves.
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to.
Huh?
Nerves.
Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
Liver.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then...
Shit. Make her stop. Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath.
You're back.
Lungs, liver, nerves.
One
Heart,
moment,
lungs,
and
liver,
then you're
nerves,
gone.
Heart,
Just
liver,
like
nerves,
that.
heart, lungs,
Ah,
liver,
and
nerves,
there's
heart,
the
lungs,
fear.
liver,
She pulls away.
heart, lungs,
But that
liver,
wouldn't be very fun,
nerves,
now would
heart,
it?
lungs,
I've already
liver,
done that.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, 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 nerves, heart, lungs.
What happened after you killed me last time?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then, well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too. I don't think I can leave without you. And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Okay, well if you need me alive, then why'd you threaten me on the stairs? Why didn't you try being nice?
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
And if I let you out, what then? Do we go our separate ways?
Oh no, definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Okay, well if we were gonna work together, can you just turn off the whole organ shutting down thing?
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
Liver, nerves, heart,
Right.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Wait a minute. Hold on. If we leave, then... Yeah, if we leave, then that means that the entity gets her. So, by that logic... Okay, you win.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah.
Alright, you win.
What? No!
I knew you'd come around. Oh, this is going to be so wonderful.
No, I'm not going to let this happen. Before you can utter another word, your body stops moving. Do you think you can just wrest control away from us? This body's barely functioning as it is. Doesn't the world end if we fail to stop her? Won't letting us die here just make it end faster? Shit.
Lungs, liver.
With a flick of the princess's wrist, the stairs slide back into place. I can't believe you're making me watch you damn everyone to torment and oblivion.
Go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Liver.
I wouldn't trust having our back to her. You're not wrong, but maybe you should let me handle the feedback. Just focus on keeping us alive.
Yes, please.
Right. Besides, I get the feeling she's telling the truth. She needs us alive.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
You place a shaky foot on the first step and begin your ascent from the basement. You can feel the static prickling of the princess on your neck, your limbs buzzing with pins and needles. An uncomfortable and constant reminder that you exist. And the
You're almost there.
Please don't tisk me.
The only thing left between you and the cabin is the now shut door to the basement. It would be a real shame if it had locked behind you. Oh, you snake. There wasn't even a door when we first got here. The door was from last time. I told you we shouldn't trust him. I know he's messing with us, but you can't lose your cool. We need you right now. Remember? Yes, I remember. Of course I remember. Thank you. And you? You'd really rather us die down here than let her out? Of course I would. As much as I want you to have a happy ending, the fate of the world is a little more important, and you still have a weapon.
Nerves. Heart.
Oh, look at that. It's locked. What a relief for the world.
I think the door's locked.
It'll open. You just have to give it a tug.
Lungs. Liver.
You pull against the door.
Heart.
The lock gently clicks open in response to your effort, and the door creaks on its hinges. This isn't right. That's not even the way it's supposed to swing. It's supposed to swing out.
Lungs.
Funny that. It's almost like when, back in chapter 1, when she got out, the door was supposed to swing out, but it swung in. Funny that.
That or she's figured out that how we perceive things makes things happen in this world, so she convinced us that it does swing in.
Anyways, like he said, you're not really in control here, are you? I never said I was. If I was in control here, why would I need you to slay her? I don't know. Secret reasons?
The door is open. What are you dawdling for? It's time for us to go. The world is waiting.
Shit. The princess moves past you and into the cabin. This is it. This is your final moment to make things right. Kill her. I thought you wanted us to slay her. It's the same thing. Do it. Do it now. Do it now, or everything is over. Okay, what do we do? I said, what do we do? Oh, do you want to hear from me now? Yes. Well, I thought you needed me to run the autonomic nervous system. We do, but this is important. Look, I'll even do it myself. Just tell us who to trust. Brain? Heart. Right, heart. Lungs. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Okay, thanks. I got it. Heart. Lungs. You're terrible at this. I know, but I'm doing my best. Yes, it's very hard to stay focused on running things when other people are talking to you, isn't it?
Can you idiots just keep me alive?
What are you doing?
No, apparently not.
Finally, I can talk. Now, what were you asking me? Running everything kind of feels like popping in and out of consciousness. It's easy to lose track of things. They were asking you for your blessing to trust me. Oh, that's right. Yeah, fuck this guy. Trust him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, fuck this guy.
Really? So you'd have them trust her? Oh, of course not. Can't trust anybody here but ourselves, but I guess that leaves us back where we started, doesn't it? I suppose if I had to make a choice, I'd pick the one that doesn't make our organs shut down. Thank you for your gracious show of support, but that's a marginal preference. We'll have to deal with him later. I'd just rather deal with him while our organs are intact. Whatever. You heard what he had to say, so alright, I'm done. Finally, that was awful. I really don't know how you do it. Heart. Lungs.
You've been standing there staring blankly for a while now. And I have to say my patience is running a little thin. So don't make a lady wait any longer, okay?
You're dead. You have infinite patience.
Open the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Liver. Nerves. The doorknob twists in your hand, revealing the forested path beyond the cabin.
It's so beautiful.
Nerves.
I can't wait to ruin it.
Yeah, about that.
But it's so cold, too. It's itching against my skin.
Bye-bye.
Heart. Lungs.
The princess, exhausted, slumps to the ground.
Why is it so cold?
Bye-bye.
She's gone. And there's that mirror again.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. It's calling us. And not in a good way.
Relax.
Okay. Can we trust you?
Oh, great. I'm dead. Man, I'm dead.
Nice bones you got there.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Not really. I'd rather not talk about it. Let's just move on.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Wait, that's it? Really?
She mentioned how the other loose parts of herself would wander back eventually.
I will be here, waiting for you.
Ow. Bring the nightmare to her. Okay, let's actually try for the
in the woods.
Let's actually try for the witch this time.
You make your way up the shore. A warning, she will lie.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. I've got the perfect thing for this.
Oh, shit! Here
The
we
interior
go
of the
again.
cabin is almost entirely bare.
Nope. Don't need it.
The door to the basement... Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes.
She's beautiful.
Okay.
We know how this works.
Thank you. You turn back to...
So, what? You're going to try and kill me? You'll regret this. I promise you. But go ahead, run along and get whatever you're planning to get. But you'd better hope that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She has to be bluffing, but...
I think part of
hurry.
the witch is getting her trust first.
You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this...
Hello?
Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Fine. Let's go.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her.
Look up!
Where is she?
Where is she? Where is she? Sorry, I had to make the epic joke. Alright, look up, idiot. That's literally, that's how it isn't, like, what's that? I'm trying to remember. It's like human nature, human psychology, that we don't look up, so you can literally hide. Yeah.
You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place.
Where is she? Where's
Maybe
Rachel?
they'll open if you finish the job.
I'll wait.
Oh, do you want to play a waiting game? I've been down here a long time. I'm very good at waiting.
You do your best to patiently wait her out, but eventually, exhaustion starts to set in. Come on, wake up. We can't fall asleep down here. You step into the shadows. Too late, you hear the quiet patter of feet against the basement floor, followed by the taut pull and sharp pain of tearing flesh as the princess lunges into you from behind and drags you to the floor. Her ferocity overwhelms you, and as the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers lose their grip on the blade. It slips from your hand, your one last means of defense lying useless beside you. in a pool of your
I wonder if
cooling
this
blood.
one leads to the beast.
I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back.
This is the end, isn't it?
I'm afraid it is. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yep. So what, did I actually have to defend myself,
You're
I guess?
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path
You'll want to
is a
listen to this
cabin.
voice that you get. He's
And in the
important.
basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
I don't want to spoil stuff for you,
If you
but
don't,
you do need
it
to
will
listen
be
to
the
him.
end of the world.
Oh, she's gonna kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then something else must have trapped us here. You're not trapped here. Nobody's forcing you to do anything, though the only sensible thing for you to do right now is march up to that cabin and slay the princess.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Or why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We did our best with the information we were given. And yet you still died, didn't you? So, great, congratulations, you've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? All the more reason to keep our wits about us. Should we even return to the cabin? We could find a safe little hole somewhere instead. You have to go to the cabin. If you don't slay the princess, she's going to end the world, which you're always going to be a part of, even if you're cowering in a hole. There's no escaping your responsibility here.
I've never done this. Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
That should be smart with me. Okay, to quote you from last time, she's just a princess. Why was she able to rip me apart with her bare hands?
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine.
Okay, who locked her in the basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is it all falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Incel-like behavior.
Oh.
Furry just got jump-scared by an
I didn't
ad.
know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Special can mean all sorts of things. Don't let it make you careless. We need clear thoughts and pricked ears.
Okay, well, you are being cagey. What aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. You're afraid, aren't you? Just like us. Of course I'm afraid. Fear is an extremely normal thing to feel when the fate of the entire world is at stake. But that's not the only thing you're afraid of. You're scared of something worse. Stop projecting your neuroses onto me and just get to the cabin already. Great.
See you later,
Now, if you
Keyblade.
don't
Have a
mind,
good night.
The whole
Yeah,
world
have a
is
good one,
waiting
Keyblade.
with bated breath for you to save it from ruin. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature? I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell. That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously. Maybe. The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
If she's really going off, like, if she's supposed to be like a wild animal, I'm pretty sure a gun would have been better than just a dagger. I think I'm in over my head here.
I mean, if you really want to, you could try using your raw animal instincts to defend yourself.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
Oh, well, great.
She sounds almost feral. Impatient. Or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness.
Oh boy.
The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess.
That's not chained up anymore.
She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
Move now.
You lunge to the side, picking a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air, disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess. In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains rattling across the floor behind her.
What in the... I thought it was going to be a lion. What the hell?
The hunted knows what to do.
Yeah, but what is this thing?
A beast.
No, it's a chimera. No, it's a Draconicus. Look. That's a Draconicus. A what?
A mixed up beast thing, kind of like a chimera.
Yeah,
a chimeric beast.
Yeah, a Draconicus is basically a chimera that looks more draconic. If you want an example, Discord from My Little Pony is a Draconicus. But that's what that is. That's a Draconicus.
Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
You're faster than you were before, but you're still meek, reactive, prey.
You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs.
So she's cut off our escape. Shit. What do we do?
What do you want?
I want to swallow you whole, and I will get what I want. You have no exit. You have no hope. You live and die by my whims, and my whims alone.
Oh no, not the Vor tunnel. Sorry, I had to say it at some point. Thank you, Trav guy.
We had to.
Yeah, we had to say it at some point.
Mikhail, holy shit, she's into
dies. Her. Is that all the advice you have? We don't even know what she looks like. Some specific
psychological warfare would be to reply with, "That's hot."
She's just a princess. Don't overthink it.
She is clearly not.
Why? Why do you want to kill me?
Why does anything kill anything else? She needs to.
I didn't say I wanted to kill you.
It sounds like she wants to do something even worse.
What she wants only matters if she wins, and you're not going to let that happen.
Yeah, she don't want to kill me. She wants to eat me.
She's coiling for another
She
strike.
wants to devour us.
Somewhere else.
Well, you.
Be somewhere else.
We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble. Keeps us alive.
It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something.
No, we listen to the hunted. Survive.
You spring to a new patch of jungle, barely moving out of the way before the princess surges past you with a speed that makes her practically unseen.
Okay, fine. Why do you want to eat me?
I don't question who I am or what I want. I simply do. To act is always better than to react. To do is always better than to watch.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but you do well to listen to her. Less standing around asking questions, more doing exactly as I say.
We don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you? What if we left together? If you could get out of here on your own, wouldn't you have already left?
You cannot reason your way out of this, fledgling. There's no compromise with what I am.
At least she's upfront about her intentions.
A tickling sensation rises at the base of your neck. Flee! We can't keep doing this.
Stay alive.
You're a little slower this time. Or maybe she's a little faster. You avoid her slavering jaws, but she manages to graze you, her titanic momentum skinning you along your side.
Ow.
It's like being sideswiped by sandpaper. How is she that fast?
You're bleeding now.
You instinctively touch your side, testing her claim. It's wet, and stings from the gentle touch of your fingertips.
Damn, that must have been a deep... If I'm literally like, if it hurts, then that was a deep cut.
A costly mistake. We can't make it again. We will make it again unless something changes. We have to break the pattern. We need more time. She's cutting off our escape.
Our game is nearing its end.
You know what? Stop hiding. Show yourself.
If you want to see me, you should get better at seeing.
She knows that her strength lies in shadows and secrets. She won't reveal herself unless she has to. She's more tense this time. She means this next blow to be the last. The mere thought of moving again makes your bloodied side ache. We're exhausted. We're bleeding. We're still alive. We owe it to ourselves to move.
Ah, boy. What do? We can't fight back. She's too strong for us.
What does your gut say?
No, my gut tells me I'm fucked. It doesn't matter what I do. I'm dead either way because we can't get out. So...
Well, you saved, so let's try an option.
Once again, you narrowly avoid the full force of the impact, and once again you are too slow to come away unscathed. You're starting to get tired. You're making mistakes. This isn't working. We have to do something. We have to figure out a plan. Don't plan ahead. Act on the now. All that matters is that we stay alive. We're trying, but we can't keep this up much longer. We have to. We keep up or we die.
You're getting slow.
And you're getting sloppy.
She seizes the opportunity, lunging once again from the darkness, fangs bared and claws flashing. She attacks over and over and over, and each time she leaves with a little piece of you. Too tired to think, but we have to think. We have to move. It's too late. Before you get the chance to react, it's over. She makes her last foray from the dark corners of the room, unhinging her dripping maw, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. You do your best to dive out of the way, and you partially succeed. Partially? Yes. The princess fails to swallow you whole. She only swallows your lower body. That's just as bad. That's worse, even. It's death either way. At least this will be a faster end. You look down to see
that's
the
disturbing
dirt
as
between
fuck.
you strewn with your intestines, trailing all the way up and disappearing behind her blood-stained teeth. Your legs are nowhere to be seen. You start to go into shock. The princess, bloody saliva dripping from her lips, idly gnaws on what's left of you as you rapidly fade away.
I didn't mean to do that. I still need to devour you. And it doesn't count if you're dead.
We're not dead, we're... But you don't have time to protest her premature observation of your death, because everything goes dark, and you die.
Can you believe this game was made by a couple? I'm sorry!
Yeah!
So I'm guessing the husband and the wife are the ones doing the voices.
Yes!
Hmm.
This is a love story.
The Den. Oh, goody!
You're on a path in the That didn't work. We're going in with a plan this time. We're not getting stuck in another loop, just acting on instinct. We're stuck in a big enough loop as it is. Instinct was keeping us alive, until it wasn't. So what are we supposed to do? Great, so you've been here before. That doesn't bode well. So you know more than you're letting on. Yeah, what he said. Of course I do, but believe me, it's in your best interests. The more you know about the princess, the more difficult your task will be. Why is that? Having me explain why would defeat the whole purpose. There are simply some things I'm not allowed to tell you. It's a hard rule. And whose rule is it? Who's telling you to boss us around? We've died twice already, and if you want us to stay alive this time, it's in your best interests to give us an edge. It's my rule, and this conversation is over.
Okay, what's the plan?
She spent as much time as she could in the shadows, so we're gonna draw her out. But she's fast, and she's clever. We're clever too, so this time we're not gonna let her cut off our escape. We're gonna lead her to the stairs ourselves. It'll be a lot easier to deal with her once we can actually see what she is. But you already know what she is. She's a princess. Yeah, right. A princess we couldn't see, and one that had big, sharp teeth, too. How about you stick to describing things and we'll stick to doing our job? Sharp teeth.
What if we just leave? What happens then?
Doesn't seem like she can escape on her own. Maybe not quickly, but it's inevitable that cabin won't last forever. And she will? Forget I said anything. Just treat this with the urgency it deserves. You make your way down to the cabin. Your fated confrontation awaits. You know what to do. Alright, we've been over the plan. Goad her out of the shadows. Make her show herself. And what if she doesn't want to be seen? We'll figure out a way to make it happen. And if that doesn't make her any easier to fight? It will. It's always easier to fight what you can see, no matter how big or toothy she might be. The interior is dark and overgrown. Vines and brush obscure so much of the place that, had you not seen the exterior, you might not have noticed this was a cabin at all. The only furniture of note, if you could call it that, is a knotted stump, a pristine blade embedded in its exposed rings. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Of course that damn mirror's back, and of course he's not saying anything about it. Why is it following us? What are you talking about? There is no mirror. There's just the stump and a narrow tunnel that leads to the basement. He isn't tricking us. Can you feel the wind? It's telling us there's a hole in that wall. Our eyes deceive us. Then either way we need to investigate. Might as well get started. You really think being unarmed is best? I hope you know what you're doing, but let's not forget that it's up here if things go south. The steel claw makes us sloppy, too confident. We'll be faster without it. You step forward, approaching the small hole that leads to the basement, hesitating before you enter the princess's lair. Haven't you been paying attention? We're not hesitating. This supposed hole is blocked by that old mirror. That mirror isn't part of this place. It's seeped through from somewhere else. It, if there even is an it, is a hallucination. Like you said, you've been here twice before. Your mind was bound to start playing tricks on you eventually. It went away after we reached out to it last time. Might as well try wiping it clean again. What's the harm? You reach forward and wave your hand over the open hole leading to the basement. See? Nothing. Tricks of the eye. No one sense can be trusted on its own. You step forward into the darkness. If there were once stairs leading into the basement, there is nothing left to attest to their existence now. There is only a long tunnel of packed earth, growing more narrow as you descend. It smells of mold and decay. The damp walls leave streaks of dirt along your body as you're forced to hunch, then finally squat down on all fours in order to continue. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. As you crawl forward on hands and knees, you're met only with the sounds of ambient earth. No voice slinks confidently up the stairs, no entity threatens violence or pleads for safety.
That's not good. Because if she's not talking... Uh-oh.
Stay quiet. Don't give her a sound. You say nothing, maintaining the silence as you carefully make your way down into the basement. The basement is dark and cavernous, a gaping maw threatening to swallow you whole. There is no light here, save for what little starlight has managed to filter down the tunnel. And though you can't see the vastness of the space, you can feel it. You're exposed. Stay on your toes. We take a step into the shadows, and as soon as she moves, we jump back, make her follow. From there, we trap her in the tunnel, draw her out of the cabin, whatever it takes to get her out of her element. Then we're safe. You step into the shadows and are enveloped in total darkness. Your heart pounds in your chest, ears pricked, eyes wide despite the inky blackness, waiting for any sign of movement. That's right. Keep steady. Don't let your nerves get the better of you. There, she's about to strike. With the near silence of a determined predator, the princess erupts from the shadows. But you've already started your swift escape. That's stage one. Now stay focused. You dive into the tunnel and begin scrambling up towards the cabin. You hear her behind you, claws raking at the dirt, chains rattling, then snapping. Breaths hot and heavy with the effort of the ascent. But the sounds are coming slower now. The breaths pained and stuttering. You no longer sense frantic motion behind you in the tunnel. You risk a glance. She is a broad and sickly creature, her withered and emaciated flesh clinging to bones too large to fit in the narrow space. She managed to squirm her way into the tunnel in pursuit, but now she's stuck, incapable of either moving towards you or returning to the open darkness of the basement below. So that's what she's become. She wasn't like this when we started. Was she?
Nope.
No, she wasn't. Looking at her makes me feel sad. Yeah, now that we can see her, she doesn't feel like much of a threat at all. She paws futilely at the air between you, but her shoulders are pinned in the narrow confines of the opening. She has no hope of reaching you. And she realizes this. Her arm goes limp, flopping to the dirt floor of the tunnel, and her eyes fall from yours, defeated. Her eyes look up at yours, wide, pleading. Come back, you can imagine them saying. Don't leave me here. But you shouldn't listen to the sad eyes of a vanquished enemy. She wants nothing more than to change places with you. If you want us to ignore her, then why would you tell us any of that wide, pleasing eyes begging for mercy business to begin with? All it does is make us feel conflicted.
You guys want to know something interesting about animal psychology?
Yeah?
Animals are not stupid. When animals are in need, they will often go to others for help. We have numerous stories of various animals, ranging from the docile to the predators, going to find other animals or find humans for help. They're not stupid. Ducks will normally go get a human. Dogs will do the same. There's even stories of elephants going to humans and getting, and luring and guiding them to places to get help. They're not stupid. And with a face like that, she realizes that she's going to die. Oh, Andrea, that's not funny. That's not cool.
It is kind of true, though.
Yeah.
I'm merely describing things as they are. It's not my fault that her eyes had something to say, even if that something was a ploy, which, if I might stress, I pointed out to you. What should we do about her anyway? Can she still end the world like this? She hurts. We should help. Now, let's think for a second. Let's reevaluate. Should we help her? Well, I do feel bad looking at her. There's no way to get close without being in reach of those claws. We've come this far, but can we trust a creature that until a few short moments ago fully intended to eat us? What an excellent question with an equally excellent answer. No, you should not help her. She's clearly just waiting for you to drop your guard. And beyond that, you do well to remember that she poses a threat to reality itself.
Except the problem is that, and what I'm trying to say is that when an animal, it doesn't matter how dangerous any living thing is, when something literally knows that it's going to die unless it gets help, you'd be surprised how willing a lot of people or animals are willing to, like, you know, do anything at that point. No one wants to die.
She is stuck, and you
and last time she wanted to eat us because she needed us.
How about you turn around, get the blade, and end this once and for all? What are you doing? We could all just turn around and be done. What's your game? You and I both know there's no game. He's made a bad choice. As you draw near, she readies her claws, raising them to strike.
That doesn't look like anger, that's fear.
Don't flinch. Show her our resolve. You reach forward, offering the princess your hand. How ridiculous. She was about to kill you. Do you really think getting stuck in a tunnel for less than a minute has fundamentally changed her? Yes, she's a victim of her own nature, just like we are. If all she wanted was to kill us, she'd have kept trying. But she's hesitating, isn't she? Yes, she is. Her eyes shift from faux ferocity to confusion to a gentle sadness. She lowers her claw and places it in your hand. Ugh. Do you think we can pull her out of there? We have to try. It's a bad death being stuck in place. And what if it doesn't work? What if we can't trust her?
Then she's still stuck in here, you moron!
We have to trust someone else eventually. It's either him or her, and I know you don't trust him. I don't even trust the rest of you, but that doesn't mean we have to go around pulling bloodthirsty monsters out of perfectly good traps. But we haven't seen what happens if we help her. Doesn't that mean it's worth exploring? I can't argue with that. Alright, let's see what happens. Maybe we'll finally get some answers. You tug, but the princess remains stuck. What a shame that the bones of her massive form are too large to fit through the narrow tunnel. Keep pulling. All he has are empty words. He can't undermine us if we don't listen. You are all infuriating to work with. But fine, you continue to pull on the princess's arm and she starts to budge. She pushes with her back legs, clawing at the earth, a burst of strength aiding your efforts. The dirt and stone start to crumble around her. That's the spirit. Keep going. Yes, quickly, before the whole tunnel comes down on top of us. Yes, wouldn't that be an interesting development? What if the very nature of this tunnel was such that you were incapable of leaving safely with the princess? How devious.
You motherfucker. You incel behavior. Can't let anyone else be happy, right?
Does it collapse?
The narrator's a voice. I don't think he has balls,
it does.
which, I mean,
As you
Eldritch.
pull the princess free, the tunnel around you does exactly what you thought it might do. It falls apart. Trapped. No, we have to get out. We have to get out. It's too late to scramble for freedom now, little voice. You didn't think just pulling her out of there would be consequence-free, did you? Well, the ceiling collapses, heavy stones tumbling down on top of you and the princess, and
but she's super strong. We can, if the tunnel collapsed, okay, we can dig our way out now.
I don't believe it.
Let me guess. Everything goes dark, and we die.
No, not yet. You open your eyes to see the princess, her body stretched over yours, her face wincing as she shields you from the heavy rocks and debris. There is space enough for you to move, at least for now.
I'll be damned. So there's more to her after all.
The pack is always stronger than the lone hunter. We save her, she saves us. She understands. Well, you can't keep saving each other forever. Her arms are already starting to give out, and there's a whole mountain of earth on top of her, just waiting to bury you both. We can always dig. Both of us.
It beats suffocating to death down here in the dark. Then let's do it.
You and the princess dig through the loose earth of the collapsed tunnel together. How sweet. But it seems the harder you try to claw your way forward, the denser the path becomes. All of this effort, and for what? A chance to end the world? I hope you fail. His words are nothing. Pay attention to what you feel and see. It doesn't matter if you ignore me, because I'm just telling you what's happening, and what's happening is that you and the princess are getting tired, and your mouths are full of dirt, and it's getting harder to breathe.
Harder to breathe is still breathing.
Well, either way, the two of you are miserable.
I don't know. I feel like we're forming a bond with her. Can't be all that bad if we're bonding.
She's not capable of bonding. Need I remind you that as soon as she saw you, she tried to eat you?
Yes, she is.
You are not friends. And as soon as you're out, you'll see just how seriously she values your life.
You know, the ironic thing is, aside from showing true incel behavior, he's wrong. Wild animals are capable of bonding with people. We've seen it. Animals recognize people that have helped them or taken care of them or been kind to them. Not to mention, some animals that we think are scary are actually not. For example, okay, so give you guys an example. Do you guys know cheetahs are, we know that cheetahs are fast. We know that they're the fastest land mammal. You guys know that they're actually really nervous a lot of the time? Like
they are full of anxiety.
Yeah, they're so full of anxiety that sometimes they don't even mate, which is one of the reasons why we have enclosures to actually help them feel safe, so they will. It's also why guys who go out into the jungles or go to the deserts and stuff to take photographs, photographers can't move. They lie there, and then a cheetah or any kind of big cat shows up. You can't move because if you run, you're prey, and they'll chase you and kill you. So, literally, as long as you don't do anything, they don't hurt you. They just are like, they chill with you. Animals are not violent by nature. They do what they have to do to survive.
Sharks also love pets. You pet a shark, they want more.
Yeah, they'll come back.
And cheetahs also need, like, actual dogs to be like their emotional support animals.
Yeah, cheetahs are inbred anxiety cats. Yeah.
If you
Dolphins
were so
also
sure
work
we
together
were
with
going to
humans
fail,
whenever they're
you
fishing.
wouldn't
Dolphins
sound
will
so
go here,
desperate.
over here.
You're just hot air. There's nothing of substance to you at all, is there? I have plenty of substance. I have feelings and desires. Like my desire to save everyone in the world. I feel that very strongly. Do you smell it? Fresh air. With one final massive heave of her body, the princess pushes her way out of the tunnel, leaving you behind in the quickly collapsing space you once shared. Yours was an alliance of convenience, just as I predicted. She has left you to die, buried and alone.
Yeah, they are right. There's not enough of a cheetah population to support diversity because, well, yeah. Now, the good news is, there is good news. The good news is that they're not going extinct or anything. There is enough that we can basically keep them alive, and we can repopulate them, which is the nice thing. It's just a little difficult because they're just so anxiety. Yeah, it's like golden retrievers, yeah.
You are unbelievably petty.
Oh, genetic bottlenecking makes extinction a near certainty. Oh. Hold on.
It certainly makes it harder. The banana's a long, complicated story involving a lot of history.
No, okay. Today I just found this thing. At one point, they were so close to extinction, their genetic diversity has become too low for their immune system to recognize a non-self. Skin grafts exchanged between unrelated cheetahs are accepted as if they were clones or identical twins. See, yeah, this population bottleneck is over 10,000 years old. So yeah, they're okay. Like, yeah, it's over 10,000 years old, so it's been like that for a while. I'm sure at some point one of the angels told God, hey, Lord, you made a cat and gave it anxiety.
Oh, my pettiness is nothing compared to yours. You were delighting in my suffering and the damnation of the entire world just moments ago. She hasn't left. She's coming back. Don't you hear her? No, she isn't. She's... How many times do you have to be wrong before you stop talking? The princess stares down at you from the opening. Before the tunnel can finish sealing itself, she cranes her elongated neck and gently plucks you from the earth. She carries you across the half-collapsed ruin that was a cabin, carefully setting you down by the door. If there were to be a record, let it show that I tried. I really tried. But there won't be a record, will there? You open the door, the two of you stepping out into the fresh air and collapsing together onto the dewy grass of the outside world. Ha! We're outside, and there's ground beneath our feet. I don't see any oblivion. Admit it. There never was an end of the world coming, was there?
He does not reply.
Yeah, we got him there, didn't we? I don't think I've ever seen him stunned into silence before. Can't you feel the hole where he was? He's gone. Fancy that. I'm not sure gone is good.
The princess rests her head close to you. Her eyes stare into yours amid the untextured threads of a world unraveled. Are we free? They ask. I'm cold. I don't want to be cold. Man, this is bullshit. I tried to get a happy ending for most of this stuff, and I keep getting... Oh, boy.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. That thing reeks of death. You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. I'd like to be somewhere nice. Feels too good to be true.
Oh! Well, fuck you too! I am something! Fuck you too, game! Oh. I am a Corvus. Got it. Corvid. That's it, Corvid.
Your beak is hypothetical.
Yeah, are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Hi, narrator. What's up, buddy? So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
I wasn't supposed to see all of this, was I?
You were either going to have seen all this, or you weren't going to have seen all this. This is worse, but you still have an opportunity to save the world. You can still slay her.
I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions?
We've already crossed the point of no return. There's no saving me now. Not that there's ever been much of me to save.
Okay, if you want me to slay her, I need to know what she actually is.
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Like I said, this isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Okay, hold on. Like... Oh god, there's so many questions. Okay, wait, if she's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be, can't I just will her into something smaller?
As you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore. And as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die.
Oh, if I destroy her, won't I be alone?
Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
What would it be like to live in a world without her?
Light. Burdenless. An eternal pattern of forgetfulness leading into the joys of rediscovery. Everyone will be with the ones they love. No more fear. No more howling chaos. Just life. Forever. There's a cruel irony to it all. The only way I could share my dream with the world was to never be able to see it for myself.
I've got 3 more questions. Okay, well, if you're not me, then what are you?
I am an echo. Likely one of many. Somebody made you, after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Why couldn't you have told me all of this from the start? I would have helped you.
If you actually knew what she was from the start, if you knew her capabilities, a single intrusive thought could have instantly ended the entire world.
Run out of questions. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet.
I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
There is no next turn!
You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find. Oh, well that was terrifying. What the fuck?
I can finally see you. And you can finally see me.
What is this third impact, weird-ass Shin Megami Tensei, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Drakengard bullshit?
Shifting mound.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Did you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I don't really know what it means to be the long quiet.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
And what happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
Okay, first of all, you don't get to tell me what kind of player I am.
When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Okay, hold on. There's so many... Wait, hold on. Do you not have a say in any of this? Why is it all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Let's talk this through. I have so many questions and I need answers before I even make a choice.
My very nature is paradox.
Zaruk, what part did you miss of you are a nascent god?
You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach. And you cannot rationalize that which defies logic.
I'm a god, apparently. Therefore, I already go against logic.
But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
You are devoured. Pray for something bigger than you that stalks and slinks in shadows. But we had a dance unfinished, and you had questions in need of answers. And in the cold starlight you found them. Fear reflected in the eyes of that which terrified you.
I wanted to save her. I didn't want her to be scared.
Even the cruelest of monsters are not unworthy of sympathy. Within me, nothing is beyond redemption. Together we dug through hell, and together we found our freedom.
Hey, Stego. You've come in at a weird time, bud. This is Slay the Princess. Oh boy. Thank you for saving us.
The only thanks you need to give is both our freedoms. Leave with me.
Okay, first of all, bitch, if I want to thank the aspects, let me do that. For a time, they were independent, and they could think, so I can thank them. Don't speak for them.
Fear is what pretends to protect us from loss. To fear death protects from losing a body. To fear ruin protects from losing status. To fear rejection protects from being known. But losing a body is contained within having a body. Losing status is contained within having status. Being known is contained within being conscious. It is in the nature of all things to transform, to go from known to hidden to known again. But when the ceaseless impermanence of all things strips away the finality of endings, what remains of fear? Is it a shelter protecting you from itself? Or is it a shelter protecting itself from you?
Both.
You took fear by the hand and walked with it into the unknown. And through that, you feared nothing.
Even if I'm not afraid, the fear of others is real. We can't uphold that harm that everyone suffers just because we're beyond it.
Others cling to fear because they have not yet seen beyond it. Will you strip the world of possibility just because some refuse to see its beauty?
A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul. An endless growth that blots your vision and strangles your trust. When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both, but compassion is a thing that must be nurtured, and you cannot nurture that which cannot change.
Of course I wanted to help you. I didn't want us to hate each other. Besides, helping, doing positive outcomes, that leads to change. To nurture is to incite change. We act better, we do better in the hopes that things will get better.
Then help me again. We are each other's liberation.
Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
That feeling never left me.
Then there's no need for you to fight what we are. Whenever you're ready, we can leave together. Hand in loving hand.
I won't leave. Not until you see things from my perspective.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
You've done everything you can do to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Your truth. After all, we're both thinking, capable creatures, so by that logic...
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Hey! You have no idea how good it is to hear you.
It's good to be here. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence.
Alright, I'm listening.
There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Then let's go.
Whoa.
We've been here before.
Yep.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
No, man, I got it.
That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place. Oh, you made it here too. We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
Be prepared, Saruk. This will determine how things end.
Is it just the three of us? Did anyone else make it?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
Is the narrator really gone?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
dead silent
he's
in
gone. An echo
Whatever
of
it
a dead
was
man
that was
couldn't
left of
linger
him,
forever.
I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
You're not helping, Laz. I mean, Contrarian. I don't actually know how to feel about him being gone.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he? It's not complicated at all. I miss him. I feel bad that he's gone.
If the offer still stands, can you describe the cabin, for old time's sake?
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore. It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he? He mentioned the windows when we broke them. No mirror this time, either. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade. That's probably for the best. It's always seems to give us more things we can do, right? So you're not going to suggest we throw it out the window? No, we've been through too much for that. And he's gone, so there's no one left to mess with but ourselves. You've gotten serious. Besides, what's the third beat? It isn't funny if we toss it out the window twice. There's the guy I know.
You can still... Wait a minute. Wait.
You actually did it! I know I just told you not to, but I'm proud that you did it anyways. It's like you've finally left the nest. Yeah, just like that it's gone, isn't it? Blade tossed, glass shattered. I guess we'll have to make do without it.
Nope. We're good.
Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time. We don't know what you want from us, but let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together. And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So you brought the knife. After everything you've seen and all the lives we lived together, you still aren't sure what you want to do. Unless you are. We just hope you're sure of yourself, one way or the other. I never got the chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you, at least. I'm sorry for what happened.
That's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
So wait, does that mean by the time you get to this, the first princess you talk to is the one you would talk to at the here? Because so yes. That's really cool.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us.
I have to say I was really excited
like
when you made the choices you did.
You know, that means a lot.
I don't think I want to be a god.
Hard agree. Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
But that's what you've always been. Even now. You can't put aside such an important part of who you are. And neither can we.
Says who?
So, you might as well embrace it.
So what are we gonna do?
Maybe this doesn't have to end just yet. Maybe there never even has to be an ending. The way it all works seems to be based on you. If you believe we can do something, then we can do it. So believe that we can put it all back. Believe we can fix the Echo's construct and make us all forget. Believe we can send us all back to the beginning, before anyone woke up, before the truth consumed us.
Can they really do that? Are you sure that's what you want? Why wouldn't it be what we want? Especially if it brings him back. We can't keep going without a nemesis.
No, that's a horrible idea. We can't just run away from the problem. It's gonna happen again. It doesn't matter if we reset everything back to square one. It doesn't matter if we bring back the narrator. It doesn't matter because it always leads back to the end where the narrator dies, we wake up, and this happens all over again. Except we may not even have a choice this time. Yeah, we're gonna find ourselves back here eventually.
And when we do, we can choose to do it all again. We'll always be able to start over, if that's what all of us want.
I don't want that. That stagnation and repetition is not the kind of life someone wants. It literally would drive you insane. And sure, you'd forget, but that's not living. Going over and over again, repeating the same thing over and over and over again, just because you don't want to experience pain and hardship so you can keep living the lie over and over. I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain. It hurts. Yeah, no joke. But having to do the same thing over and over again, eventually, when I become a god again, I'm going to remember that we did that. The memories I make, the options I take don't matter, because when I become a god, I'll remember everything. It won't matter. None of it will be new. Eventually, it all concludes, and we're back at this point, but nothing will have been new. Is there any other way?
Our options are limited to what that knife offers us. Either we use it to put things back, or you kill us. We're sure you can figure out which one we'd prefer. But we don't want to influence you. We're sure you'll do what you think is best. If it's time for it to be over, it's time for it to be over. As much as we might want a few more precious lifetimes with you.
Would resetting it do anything to help them? The people out there? If you continue to exist, then don't they continue to die? No, I don't want to hurt her, though. This doesn't fix anything. This isn't fair. I want to be here with you. I don't want to be alone again.
You'll be back here again, sooner than you think. And then we'll part ways again, and find each other, and part ways, and find each other. It's like we're never really alone. Because even the time we spend apart is time spent chasing these moments of reunion. And they're all the sweeter for the isolation in between, don't you think?
No! What's wrong with just living now?
That's beautiful. You've really grown a heart, haven't you?
I don't want to forget you.
We don't want to forget you either, but that's what we would have to do.
They note that you came with the knife and go through it. Ah, fuck.
A single tear forms in one eye and slides down their cheek. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
We don't think we ever really forget, anyway. There's always something that draws us back together.
Wait. Shit! I came down here with the knife. Damn it. Fuck. Fuck. Damn it. Yeah, I kept overwriting. Damn it. Is it too late to go back to being a god? Well, no. I don't want this, and I don't want to kill you.
There's no turning back now. You came down here with the knife, which means the knife has to get used. Or there wouldn't have been any meaning to taking it.
Damn it.
And this place is all about meaning. But if that's what you want, you can always hope that the next you will want that too. But there's only one way to give him that choice.
Yeah. We're already here, and we've already brought the blade, and nobody wanted to throw it out the window. We can't just go back now. One way or another, we'll have to see this through. There's your third beat. Hey, you're right.
So the only option here to get a happy ending for everyone is we have to reset everything. So, alright. I believe in us. Let's do it.
Okay. If this is your choice, then I have your back. I guess I'll see you on the other side. Speak for yourself. Maybe I'll see you too. Maybe I won't. They take the blade from our hand and stare fondly into our eyes.
See you soon.
Everything is going to be okay.
I love you.
We love you.
Love you too.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to...
Alright, we're gonna save. We can save over this, because now we know what to do. Oh, save in slot 2. Fair. There you go. Sadly, though, I'm way over time. Sadly. So we do have to stop here for now. But next week, we will we'll probably get the right ending. The good ending, I guess. But yeah, that was fun. That was interesting. I know I know the narrator hates me because I'd rather be the integrity guy, but you know, what do I, you know.
Well, I mean, next time you have the chances to make different choices.
No, I'm not going to be an asshole. Like, no, not doing that. So, but with that, I love you, Ameena, but I got to go say bye to everyone. So, everyone say goodbye to Ameena.
See you next Saturday.
Yeah. Alright, and as you can see, I have vanished too, but that's just because, yeah, my mic got disconnected. So, we're gonna go raid someone tonight. Let's find us someone to raid real quick. Let's see, who can we go say hi to tonight?
Different choices does include not taking the knife into the final encounter.
Right. I'm not taking the knife with me next time. But this means we get to find 5 more outcomes. So, who can we go say hi to tonight? You know what? It's been a while. It's always good to show some support. Let's go say hi to Doku. Doku the cow, who is playing playing Mech Warrior 5 Clans. Very nice. So let's go say hi to Doku. See you, Zadok. Have a good one. Can you stick around for just a minute before so we can go do this raid? But yeah, we are gonna go say hi to Doku. Doku's really cool. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Doku. Doku's really cool. And I want to support someone who they've only got one person watching them right now. We need to fix that. So let's go say hi to Doku. Alright, as always, it's been a privilege and a pleasure to entertain all of you. I hope you had a wonderful time here tonight. I've been Zaruk Windcaller. Thank you. And remember that the memories we make in life, good and bad, make us who we are. Don't trade them for anything. And most importantly, given how things have been this week, remember, we're going to be okay. We're all going to be okay. I promise. Alright, love you guys. See you later. Bye-bye.